Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the Wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The morning Commonwealth air carried the distinctive scent of mutfruit blossoms mixed with the metallic tang of irradiated rainfall from the previous night's brief storm. Dew collected on the twisted remains of highway guardrails, creating temporary jewels that would vanish with the sun's arrival, leaving only rust and memory in their wake. The wasteland stretched in gentle undulations toward distant mountains, its broken beauty rendered almost peaceful in the soft light that preceded true dawn. Through this tranquil scene, a solitary figure moved with the measured pace of one who had learned to read the wasteland's subtle languages without relying on spoken warnings or shouted alerts. Kira Novak had been walking these routes for 18 months now, ever since the radiation fever had claimed her voice, but left her with something perhaps more valuable: an artist's eye for truth, and the patience to document what others might overlook in their haste to survive another day. Her weathered leather satchel contained not the typical wasteland arsenal of weapons and stimpaks, but something far more precious. A collection of sketchbooks bound in salvaged pre-war materials, their pages filled with careful observations rendered in ink she mixed herself, from mutfruit juice and charcoal salvaged from long cold campfires. Where others saw only the endless struggle for resources and territory, Kira saw the human stories that connected this shattered world. The small kindnesses and quiet betrayals that determined whether communities thrived or merely survived. The mongrel dog that had adopted her 6 months earlier, or perhaps she had adopted him, trotted alongside with the easy gait of a companion who understood the rhythm of careful observation. Rex possessed the distinctive intelligence common to wasteland dogs that had learned to read human intentions as clearly as they read weather patterns or the scent trails that warned of nearby predators. His brindled coat showed the scars of previous hardships, but his dark eyes remained alert and trusting, particularly when focused on Kira's gentle gestures that had become their shared language. They were approaching the territory where two settlements maintained their uneasy coexistence. Mill Haven, built around the ruins of a pre-war factory complex where clean water bubbled up from protected underground springs, and Dustwick, established on higher ground where solar panels salvaged from scattered sources provided precious electrical power to workshops and communication equipment. The mountain pass between them had been carved by centuries of erosion, creating a natural highway that forced trade and interaction between communities that might otherwise have remained in complete isolation. Kira consulted her most recent sketches as they walked, pages that documented not geographical features, but human behavior. Her artistic training, acquired during better times in a settlement far to the east, before raiders and radiation had scattered her previous life, allowed her to capture expressions and body language with uncanny accuracy. The notebook contained portraits that revealed more than their subjects probably intended. The way Millhaven's trade negotiators' eyes shifted when discussing certain topics. the careful positioning of Dustwick's guards during supposedly routine encounters, the subtle tension that seemed to increase rather than decrease as the settlements became more prosperous. Most concerning were her recent observations of Thomas Hartwell, Millhaven's charismatic leader whose public persona radiated confidence and protective authority. Kira had been sketching community gatherings for weeks, documenting the social dynamics that kept Wasteland settlements functioning despite the constant pressures of survival. Hartwell commanded genuine respect from his people, his decisions generally sound, his resource allocation fair enough to prevent the internal conflicts that had destroyed other communities she had observed. Yet her artist's eye had begun noticing inconsistencies. The way Hartwell's expression changed when he thought no one was watching. Hushed conversations that ended abruptly when others approached. Most troubling, the pattern of attacks on Dustwick's supply runs. Always targeting their most valuable shipments. Always occurring when someone would have had advanced knowledge of timing and routes. Always blamed on raiders from the Eastern Territory, despite her extensive travels through those regions revealing no organized groups capable of such precise intelligence gathering. She paused at her customary observation point, a partially collapsed overpass that provided excellent vantage over the valley below, while remaining concealed from casual notice. Rex settled beside her with practiced patience, understanding this was one of their regular stops, where his human would spend considerable time making the careful marks on paper that seemed to hold such importance for her. From this position, Kira could observe both settlements simultaneously, tracking the movement patterns that revealed so much about community dynamics and individual behavior. The morning routine unfolded predictably below. Millhaven's gates opened precisely at sunrise, workers emerging to tend the small agricultural plots they had established in the valley's most protected areas. Water carriers began their careful journey to the distant springs, armed guards accompanying each group despite the apparent safety of the well-traveled route. Trade caravans prepared for departure, their Brahman loaded with the metalwork and electronic components that formed Millhaven's primary export economy. Dustwick's activity pattern remained more cautious, their gates remaining secured until full daylight revealed any potential threats that might have approached during the night. Their solar panel arrays rotated gradually to track the sun's movement, a mechanical dance that provided the electrical power that made their workshops valuable throughout the region. Communication antennas bristled from their highest buildings, maintaining contact with distant settlements and providing early warning of approaching weather systems or hostile groups. Kira opened her current sketchbook to a fresh page, beginning the methodical process that had become both meditation and mission. Her fingers moved with practiced precision, capturing not just visual details but the emotional undertones that revealed truth beneath surface appearances. The way certain Millhaven guards positioned themselves when Dustwick representatives approached, the subtle body language that suggested knowledge of information that should have been confidential, the expressions that flickered across faces during supposedly routine negotiations. Her artistic process required patience that most wasteland inhabitants could never afford. Each sketch developed gradually, details added through multiple observation sessions as she learned to read the subjects more accurately. Facial expressions were captured in the moments between conscious control, when genuine emotions briefly replaced the careful masks that survival demanded. Body language was recorded through repeated interactions, patterns of movement and positioning that revealed underlying attitudes and intentions. Rex suddenly lifted his head, ears pricked toward a sound that hadn't registered to human hearing. Kira followed his attention, sketching paused as she observed a small group approaching through the valley below. 3 figures in the distinctive armor cobbled together from various sources that marked them as professional caravan guards, escorting a single Brahmin loaded with goods that gleamed in the morning sunlight. High-value trade items that would be particularly attractive to raiders. This was one of Dustwick's regular supply runs, following the established route towards settlements further north, where their electrical components commanded premium prices. Kira had documented this pattern numerous times, noting the careful security procedures and communication protocols that had kept these valuable shipments safe for months. She began sketching automatically, capturing the familiar scene while her mind processed the implications of timing and visibility. What troubled her was the small group of Millhaven personnel who had positioned themselves at various points along the route, ostensibly conducting routine maintenance on infrastructure, but actually providing perfect observation of the caravan's progress and cargo assessment. Their leader was Marcus Webb, one of Hartwell's most trusted lieutenants, whose presence during these supposedly coincidental encounters had occurred too frequently to be explained by chance alone. Kira's pencil moved across the page with increasing urgency, documenting not just the scene, but the subtle communications between Webb and his companions. Hand signals that were too deliberate for casual conversation, positioning that provided excellent lines of sight without apparent tactical necessity. Most damning, the small communications device that Webb consulted at regular intervals, despite Millhaven's official policy of radio silence during routine operations to avoid attracting hostile attention. The attack, when it came, unfolded with the precision that had characterized all the previous raids on Dustwick shipments. 6 figures emerged from concealed positions along the route, their movements coordinated with military efficiency despite their ragged appearance. The caravan guards responded professionally, establishing defensive positions and returning fire with disciplined accuracy, but they were outnumbered and caught in carefully prepared crossfire position. What most observers would have seen was another example of the Wasteland's endemic violence. Desperate raiders attacking valuable targets, brave guards fighting to protect their community's livelihood, the tragic but inevitable cost of maintaining trade relationships across dangerous territory. But Kira's artist eye captured details that revealed a different truth entirely. The raiders' equipment was too uniform, too well maintained for a genuine scavenger group. Their tactics were too sophisticated, their coordination too precise for opportunistic criminals. Most tellingly, their attack pattern seemed designed to capture goods intact rather than simply kill and loot, the hallmark of forces operating under specific orders rather than desperate hunger. More damning still was Marcus Webb's reaction to the distant sounds of combat. Instead of organizing immediate response to assist the attacked caravan, he consulted his communication device and directed his team to withdraw from the area. His expression, captured in Kira's rapid sketches, showed not concern or anger, but satisfaction. The look of someone whose carefully laid plans were proceeding exactly as intended. The fight concluded within minutes, professional efficiency overcoming brave resistance. The caravan guards were left unconscious but alive, their Brahmin and cargo vanishing toward the eastern territories that would conveniently be blamed for yet another random attack on Dustwick's trade operations. Within an hour, rescue parties from both settlements would arrive to find the familiar scene of wasteland predation, another tragedy that would increase tensions and justify further security measures that somehow never seemed to prevent similar future attacks. Kira remained in her concealed position long after the immediate area had cleared, her sketchbook filling with detailed documentation of what she had witnessed. Webb's team conducting suspiciously thorough searches of the attack site, ostensibly looking for clues, but actually ensuring no evidence remained that might contradict the official narrative. The careful coordination between the supposed raiders and the Millhaven response team, most importantly, the subtle radio communication that confirmed what she had begun to suspect. The attacks were not random predation, but carefully orchestrated operations designed to weaken Dustwick while strengthening Millhaven's position as the dominant settlement in the region. As afternoon shadows lengthened across the valley, Kira began planning her response to this revelation. Her voiceless condition meant she could not simply approach community leaders with verbal accusations that would be dismissed as the ramblings of a wasteland wanderer. Her outsider status provided no credibility that might overcome the respected position that Thomas Hartwell had built through years of apparently successful leadership. Direct confrontation would accomplish nothing, except potentially placing herself in danger from those with substantial motivation to silence inconvenient witnesses. Instead, she would rely on the medium that had become her voice, carefully crafted visual documentation that could speak truth more powerfully than any spoken testimony. Her sketches captured not just events, but the emotional reality behind those events, the expressions and body language that revealed genuine motivations beneath carefully constructed public appearances. Arranged properly and placed where they would be discovered by the right people, her artwork could plant questions that would grow into doubt, suspicion, and eventually demand for accountability. Rex accompanied her as she made her way to Dustwick, following paths that avoided the main routes where their presence might be noted by hostile observers. The settlement's evening routine was subdued, news of the latest attack having spread quickly through their small community. Guards maintained heightened alertness. Workshops continued their productive activity, but conversations were conducted in the lower tones that characterized communities processing another demonstration of their vulnerability. Kira had established a small camp in the ruins of a pre-war gas station, approximately 1 mile from Dustwick's main gate, positioned to provide excellent observation opportunities while remaining sufficiently distant to avoid official attention. She had been documenting community interactions for weeks, her sketchbooks filled with portraits of individual residents, studies of social dynamics, and detailed observations of daily routines. Most importantly, she had identified several key individuals whose influence and judgment might be sufficient to act on evidence if it were presented appropriately. Elena Rodriguez served as Dustwick's primary trade coordinator, responsible for planning caravan routes and negotiating commercial agreements with distant settlements. Her position provided comprehensive knowledge of shipment schedules and security procedures, making her one of the few people who might recognize the patterns that Kira had documented. More importantly, Rodriguez possessed the analytical mind and political courage necessary to pursue difficult truths, even when they challenged comfortable assumptions about regional relationships. Zara Chen managed Dustwick's communication systems, monitoring radio frequencies, and maintaining contact with trade partners throughout the Commonwealth. Her technical expertise would allow her to understand the significance of intercepted communications that Kira had observed, while her access to settlement leadership would enable appropriate action if evidence proved compelling. Chen's reputation for methodical investigation and careful judgment made her an ideal recipient for documentation that required serious consideration rather than emotional reaction. Most crucial was Dr. Michael Torres, Dustwick's medical officer and informal community advisor, whose opinion carried significant weight in settlement decisions. His training encouraged evidence-based conclusions rather than speculation, while his position provided the credibility necessary to bring serious accusations before settlement leadership. Torres possessed both the intellectual framework to understand complex evidence and the moral authority to demand investigation when circumstances warranted. Kira spent the evening hours carefully selecting and preparing the sketches that would form her first communication attempt. Each drawing needed to speak clearly without requiring explanation. Visual evidence that would raise questions in observant minds. She chose portraits of Marcus Webb and his team, positioned along the caravan route, capturing their coordination and communication in ways that suggested planning rather than coincidence. Studies of the attack itself emphasized the military precision and equipment quality that contradicted the official narrative of desperate raiders. Most powerful were the facial expressions she had captured. Satisfaction where concern should have been, calculation where confusion would have been natural. Her artistic technique emphasized emotional truth over literal accuracy. The portraits rendered with enough precision to ensure recognition, while highlighting the psychological realities that revealed authentic motivations. Webb's expression during the distant sounds of combat became the centerpiece of her visual narrative, his satisfied surveillance of orchestrated violence speaking more clearly than any written accusation could have achieved. As midnight approached, Kira began her careful placement of the first evidence packet. Elena Rodriguez maintained a small office adjacent to the settlement's main gate, where trade schedules and route planning were coordinated. Security procedures required the building to remain locked during night hours, but the windows were designed to provide natural lighting during daytime operations. Kira positioned her selected sketches where they would be immediately visible when Rodriguez arrived for her morning routine, arranged to tell their story through visual sequence rather than requiring explanatory text. The placement required careful consideration of positioning and lighting, ensuring the artwork would command attention while avoiding appearance of deliberate threat or confrontation. Kira arranged the sketches like pieces of a puzzle, each contributing to an overall narrative that would encourage further investigation rather than immediate dismissal. Webb's positioning during the caravan departure, his communication activities during the attack, his team's suspicious behavior during the aftermath. The sequence, built methodically toward inevitable conclusions without explicitly stating accusations that might trigger defensive resistance. Rex served as lookout during these nocturnal activities, his enhanced senses providing early warning of any approaching individuals who might interfere with the careful evidence placement. His presence also added legitimacy to Kira's activities. Wasteland residents were accustomed to travelers making temporary camps in ruined buildings, and a woman with a loyal dog suggested harmless transients rather than deliberate surveillance or hostile intent. Similar evidence packets were prepared for Sarah Chen and Dr. Torres, each tailored to their specific expertise and position within the community. Chen's packet emphasized the communication aspects that she would be most qualified to evaluate, while Torres received documentation focused on the methodical planning that would appeal to his analytical approach. Each recipient would encounter evidence designed to engage their particular strengths, while contributing to the broader pattern that would eventually become undeniable. The following morning brought validation of Kira's approach as she observed the settlement's reactions through her concealed observation post. Elena Rodriguez discovered the sketches precisely as planned, her initial confusion giving way to growing concern as she studied the visual evidence. Rather than dismissing the drawings as random vandalism, she carefully collected them and retreated to her office for more detailed examination. Her body language suggested recognition of the individuals portrayed and growing unease about the implications of their documented behavior. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the morning as the other recipients encountered their evidence packets. Sarah Chen's technical expertise allowed her to quickly grasp the significance of the communication devices and coordination patterns documented in her sketches. Dr. Torres approached his packet with scientific methodology, laying out the drawings in chronological sequence and studying them with the same careful attention he would apply to medical diagnosis. Most encouraging was the subtle communication between the three recipients as the day progressed. careful conversations conducted in private locations, discreet sharing of evidence, and growing coordination that suggested they were beginning to see the broader pattern that Kira had documented. Their professional reputations and analytical capabilities were combining to transform her individual observations into community awareness that might eventually demand official investigation. The response from Millhaven's leadership proved equally telling. By afternoon, Thomas Hartwell had requested an urgent meeting with Dustwick's Settlement Council, ostensibly to discuss increased security cooperation in response to the recent attack. His manner suggested concern and protective authority, but Kira's artist eye detected subtle tension that hadn't been present in her previous observations. The timing suggested awareness that something had changed, possibly through communication channels that confirmed her suspicions about coordinated intelligence gathering. Marcus Webb's behavior provided even more compelling evidence of guilty knowledge. His usual confident demeanor showed cracks of uncertainty, his movements more cautious, his interactions with subordinates more guarded. Most significantly, he began conducting additional searches of the territory around the attack site, ostensibly looking for clues missed during the initial investigation, but actually ensuring no physical evidence remained that might support inconvenient conclusion. Kira documented these reactions with the same methodical care she had applied to the original evidence, her sketchbooks filling with studies of human behavior under pressure. Each drawing captured the psychological reality beneath public appearances, building a comprehensive visual record that demonstrated not just criminal activity, but the growing awareness of exposure that would eventually force some form of resolution. As evening approached, she prepared the second phase of her evidence presentation. The initial sketches had successfully planted seeds of suspicion in key minds, but broader community awareness would require more dramatic documentation. She selected her most powerful drawings: Webb's satisfied expression during the Caravan attack, the precise coordination between supposed enemies, the suspicious equipment and tactics that contradicted official explanation. These would be placed in more public locations, where they could not be ignored or suppressed by individual decision makers. The settlement's community bulletin board served as the focal point for official announcements and public information, positioned near the main gate where all residents would encounter its contents during daily activities. Kira's evening placement transformed this routine communication space into an art gallery that told the story of systematic betrayal through visual evidence that commanded attention and demanded interpretation. Each sketch was positioned to build narrative momentum, starting with seemingly innocent observations of routine activities and progressing toward the damning documentation of orchestrated deception. The artistic technique emphasized emotional truth through skillful rendering that captured not just physical appearances but psychological realities. The expressions and gestures that revealed authentic motivations beneath carefully constructed public personas. The community's mourning reaction exceeded even Kira's optimistic expectations. Rather than confused dismissal or defensive anger, the residents approached her evidence with serious consideration and growing outrage. The artistic quality of the sketches commanded respect, their obvious accuracy in portraying recognizable individuals lending credibility to their more serious accusations. Most importantly, the visual narrative allowed people to reach their own conclusions, rather than feeling manipulated by external accusations that might have triggered defensive resistance. Elena Rodriguez emerged as the informal leader of the growing investigation, her position providing both credibility and access to additional evidence that supported Kira's artistic documentation. Her knowledge of Caravan schedules and security procedures allowed her to identify the precise information that would have been necessary to plan the attacks so effectively. Sarah Chen's analysis of communication patterns revealed the technical coordination that would have been required for such precise timing and execution. Dr. Torres provided the methodical framework that transformed suspicion into actionable evidence, his analytical approach organizing the available information into compelling logical progression. His reputation for careful judgment encouraged others to take the accusations seriously, rather than dismissing them as paranoid speculation or jealous sabotage between competing communities. The confrontation, when it finally occurred, unfolded with the dignity and deliberation that characterized communities serious about justice rather than revenge. Dustwick's leadership formally requested a meeting with Millhaven's council, presenting the accumulated evidence through careful explanation rather than emotional accusation. The visual documentation provided undeniable foundation for their concerns, while the methodical investigation offered procedural legitimacy that even the accused could not challenge without appearing evasive. Thomas Hartwell's initial response attempted to maintain his public persona of protective leadership, expressing shock and indignation at accusations against his trusted subordinate. However, the cumulative weight of evidence gradually overwhelmed his ability to provide convincing alternative explanations. Marcus Webb's behavior under direct questioning confirmed the guilt that Kira's sketches had already revealed, his psychological defenses crumbling under methodical inquiry, supported by comprehensive documentation. The resolution satisfied community justice without requiring the violence that had characterized so many Wasteland conflicts. Webb and his co-conspirators faced exile rather than execution, their departure removing the immediate threat while avoiding the cycle of retribution that often perpetuated regional conflicts. Thomas Hartwell accepted responsibility for his subordinates' actions and agreed to comprehensive reparations that would restore Dustwick's losses while establishing new protocols for transparent cooperation between the settlements. Most satisfying for Kira was the recognition that her voiceless condition had actually enhanced rather than limited her effectiveness. The artistic documentation had spoken more powerfully than any verbal testimony could have achieved, the visual evidence commanding attention and respect that might have been denied to spoken accusations from an outsider. Her patient observation had revealed truths that would have remained hidden from more direct investigative approaches, while her methodical presentation had enabled community justice without destructive confrontation. As she prepared to resume her wandering, Kira received unexpected recognition from both communities. A small ceremony acknowledged her contribution to regional peace, with residents offering gifts and expressing gratitude for her patient pursuit of truth. Most meaningful was the request from several young people to learn her sketching techniques, recognizing the value of artistic documentation for preserving important events and revealing hidden truths. Rex seemed to understand that their work in this location had reached successful completion, his attention turning toward the distant horizon, where other communities might benefit from their particular combination of artistic skill and patient observation. The wasteland stretched before them, with its endless complexity of human interaction and hidden truth, providing countless opportunities for someone who had learned to speak through careful observation and skillful documentation. Their departure occurred at sunrise, when the settlements were beginning their daily routines in the peaceful atmosphere made possible by revealed truth and achieved justice. The mountain pass that had witnessed betrayal and orchestrated conflict now served as a pathway toward renewed cooperation and mutual prosperity. Behind them, two communities had learned to trust each other again, while ahead lay the endless Commonwealth, with its perpetual need for witnesses willing to document truth even when speaking it was impossible. As they walked deeper into the wasteland, Kira opened a fresh sketchbook and began documenting the landscape around them. Not just geographical features, but the human traces that revealed stories waiting to be discovered and told. Her artistic vision had found its purpose in service to communities struggling to build trust in a world designed to destroy it. Her voiceless condition transformed from limitation into strength, through patient dedication to revealing truth, through careful observation and skillful documentation. While Kira and Rex continued their journey toward distant settlements where new mysteries awaited their unique investigative approach, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another silent figure prepared for a different kind of challenge. High in the mountain territories where ancient tribes had developed their own sophisticated communication through gesture and environmental awareness, the drought had forced impossible choices between tradition and survival. And one young hunter was about to discover that sometimes the greatest strength comes from knowing when to act and when to watch. Join us for the Whispering Warrior. The mountain air carried the crisp clarity that came only with elevation, each breath tasting of pine needles and the mineral essence of granite peaks that had weathered atomic fire and emerged scarred but unbroken. Dawn painted the high country in gentle pastels, rose and gold touching snow-covered summits, while valleys below remained shrouded in purple shadow that would gradually yield to the warming sun. This was the territory of the Whispering Peaks tribe, where ancient hunting traditions had evolved into sophisticated survival techniques perfectly adapted to the harsh beauty of post-war mountain wilderness. Talon Ghostwalker moved through this landscape with the fluid silence that had earned their name among the tribe's hunting circles. Born without voice into a community that had developed perhaps the most complex system of non-verbal communication in the post-war world, they had never experienced their condition as limitation, but rather as natural harmony with the mountain's own quiet wisdom. Their hands spoke in the intricate sign language that enabled hunters to coordinate across vast distances without alerting prey. Their movements unconsciously adapted to the subtle environmental cues that meant survival or death in the unforgiving high country. The drought that had driven them from familiar territory represented the worst crisis the Whispering Peaks had faced in 3 generations. Springs that had flowed for centuries had dwindled to muddy trickles, forcing the tribe's scattered bands to abandon traditional seasonal camps and seek new sources of water in territories they had never needed to explore. Ancient cache of preserved food, carefully maintained through generations of careful stewardship, had been consumed months ahead of schedule, as hunting patterns disrupted by environmental changes made traditional sustenance increasingly unreliable. Talon's current mission carried the weight of their people's survival, a solo journey to establish contact with lowland trading communities and secure the supplies necessary to sustain the tribe through what tribal elders hoped would prove a temporary environmental crisis. Their leather pack contained the finest examples of mountain craftsmanship, intricately carved bone tools, perfectly balanced throwing spears with points forged from meteoric iron, fur pelts tanned using traditional methods that produced leather of exceptional quality and durability. These represented not merely trade goods, but cultural treasures, each item embodying generations of accumulated knowledge and skill. The journey down from the high peaks had taken 4 days of careful navigation through terrain that grew increasingly unfamiliar as elevation decreased. Mountain paths gave way to rolling foothills, clear streams became muddy rivers, and the clean scent of high-altitude air was gradually replaced by the complex mixture of odors that characterized lower elevations. Vegetation decay, animal musk, and the distinctive metallic tang that indicated proximity to human settlement, with its inevitable accumulation of salvage technology and industrial processes. The trading post that formed Talon's destination had been described by the last merchant brave enough to climb into tribal territory, a grizzled caravan leader who spoke respectfully of a community built around a functioning pre-war water processing facility. According to his description, the settlement provided a neutral meeting ground where various wasteland factions could conduct business without the territorial conflicts that made trade dangerous in more contested regions. The presence of clean water and defensive positions built into natural rock formations made it valuable enough to maintain careful neutrality between competing groups seeking its services. As Talon crested the final ridge before the trading post came into view, they immediately recognized that the merchant's information had become dangerously outdated. What should have been a busy trading center showed clear signs of siege conditions. Defensive barriers hastily constructed from salvaged materials, smoke rising from multiple fires that indicated prolonged occupation, and the distinctive movement patterns of armed groups maintaining perimeter security around cornered prey rather than conducting routine commerce. From their elevated observation position, Talon could distinguish between the settlement's legitimate residents and the hostile force that had them trapped. The traders and craftsmen moved with the nervous energy of people under constant threat, their activities focused on defensive preparations rather than productive work. Their opponents displayed the casual aggression and predatory patience that marked them as raiders, not the desperate scavengers that desperation sometimes created, but professional predators who had identified valuable prey and were systematically wearing down resistance until surrender became inevitable. The tactical situation revealed itself through careful observation that drew upon hunting skills developed over years of tracking dangerous game through complex mountain terrain. The raiders had established control of the main approach routes, preventing escape while gradually tightening their siege through systematic destruction of resources and infrastructure. Their numbers were sufficient to maintain constant pressure without requiring the massive force that would have enabled quick victory, suggesting they preferred psychological warfare and gradual demoralization over direct assault that might damage the valuable facilities they sought to capture intact. Most concerning was their apparent knowledge of the settlement's defensive capabilities and resource reserves. Their positioning blocked specific water sources that would not have been obvious to casual observation, while their timing suggested awareness of supply schedules and defensive routines that indicated inside information or prolonged surveillance. This level of tactical sophistication represented a more serious threat than random wasteland predation, requiring equally sophisticated response rather than simple martial intervention. Talon settled into a concealed observation post among the rocky outcroppings that provided excellent sight lines, while remaining invisible to ground-level detection. From this position, they began the methodical assessment that hunting had taught them to apply to any complex situation, identifying patterns of movement, recognizing individual personalities within the opposing force, mapping the terrain features that might provide tactical advantages or create vulnerabilities to exploit. Their approach emphasized understanding over action, patience over aggression, the mountain hunter's wisdom that proper preparation eliminated the need for desperate measures. The settlement's layout revealed itself through careful study. The central water processing facility occupied a natural depression, surrounded by defensible positions carved from rock formations that had been modified but not extensively reconstructed. Living quarters and workshops were distributed in a pattern that provided mutual support while avoiding concentration that would create vulnerable targets. Most importantly, the community had established multiple secondary positions connected by concealed pathways that would allow movement without exposure to direct observation from the main approaches. The raiders' siege strategy became equally apparent through systematic observation. They had established observation posts that commanded the obvious routes while missing several alternative approaches that would be invisible to those unfamiliar with mountain terrain navigation. Their supply lines extended toward more established raider territory, but followed predictable paths that prioritized easy transportation over security against interference. Most significant was their rotational schedule that created periods of reduced vigilance when guard changes occurred simultaneously across multiple positions. Rather than attempting direct confrontation that would pit individual capability against superior numbers, Talon began implementing the indirect approach that mountain hunting had taught them to prefer when facing dangerous prey in advantageous positions. Their first intervention targeted the raiders' water supply, a stream that had been diverted to serve their temporary camp, but originated from springs in higher elevation that remained accessible through paths invisible to lowland observation. Working during the pre-dawn hours when human senses functioned least efficiently, Talon carefully relocated several large stones in the streambed, creating diversions that would gradually reduce water flow to the raider camp without immediate dramatic change that might trigger investigation. The work required precise understanding of hydrology and patient manipulation of natural forces, allowing mountain streams to become allies in the broader tactical situation rather than merely environmental features to navigate around. The second phase of intervention addressed the raiders' communication systems. Their coordination relied heavily on visual signals between observation posts, supplemented by occasional radio communication during critical operations. Talon's mountain-circumnised eyes identified the specific landmarks and sightlines that enabled this coordination, leading to careful repositioning of reflective materials that would create false signals and disrupt timing between distant positions. Small mirrors salvaged from ruined vehicles were positioned to catch sunlight at specific angles, creating confusion during crucial coordination moments. Most sophisticated was Talon's manipulation of the local wildlife patterns that the raiders had learned to ignore as routine background activity. Mountain hunting required intimate knowledge of animal behavior, understanding which movements indicated natural activity versus human presence. By carefully placing small amounts of food and scent markers, Talon created false wildlife trails that would mask their own movement while creating noise and motion that would gradually desensitize the raiders to environmental changes that might otherwise alert them to human intervention. The cumulative effect of these subtle interventions began manifesting within days as small problems compounded into significant operational challenges for the besieging force. Reduced water supplies created tension and discomfort that affected morale and decision-making capability. Disrupted communications led to coordination failures that created gaps in surveillance and defensive coverage. Most importantly, the combination of genuine environmental factors and artificial manipulation created an atmosphere of uncertainty that gradually eroded the confidence necessary for maintaining effective siege operations. Talon's observations revealed individual personalities within the raider leadership, identifying the key decision-makers whose behavior patterns could be influenced through targeted psychological pressure. The siege commander showed particular sensitivity to operational setbacks, responding to minor problems with disproportionate concern that suggested underlying insecurity about maintaining control over his subordinates. His lieutenant displayed the aggressive impatience common to those whose authority depended on visible strength rather than demonstrated competence. The settlement's defenders had begun noticing the subtle improvements in their tactical situation, though they remained unaware of the external intervention creating these advantageous changes. Their patrols reported increased difficulties in raider coordination. Their water supplies remained stable despite siege conditions, and morale improved as the previously inexorable pressure began showing signs of weakness. Most encouraging was their gradual transition from passive defense to limited proactive operations, indicating growing confidence that might eventually enable more decisive action. As the situation continued evolving in the settlement's favor, Talon recognized the opportunity to establish direct communication with the defenders through the careful revelation of their presence and intentions. Rather than dramatic appearance that might trigger defensive reaction or demands for explanation they could not provide verbally, they chose gradual introduction through obvious but non-threatening assistance that would demonstrate beneficial intent through action rather than words. Their first direct intervention involved quietly eliminating a raider sentry who had been positioned to observe one of the alternative approaches Talon had identified during their initial reconnaissance. Working with the silent efficiency that mountain hunting demanded, they approached through terrain that provided concealment while avoiding the noise that might alert other nearby positions. The unconscious raider was simply relocated to a position where they would eventually awaken with splitting headache and no clear memory of events, creating confusion about their own competence, rather than obvious evidence of external intervention. This action created a gap in radar surveillance that enabled one of the settlement's more adventurous defenders to conduct a successful reconnaissance mission, gathering intelligence about enemy positions and capabilities that had been previously inaccessible. The success of this mission led to increased confidence among the settlement's leadership and began shifting their tactical planning from passive endurance toward active resistance. Talon's second direct intervention occurred during a raider assault on one of the settlement's outer defensive positions. Rather than joining the fight directly, they positioned themselves to provide crucial support at the moment when battle momentum might shift decisively. A carefully aimed thrown rock disabled the raiders' communications equipment at the crucial moment when they needed to coordinate withdrawal. A small avalanche of stones, triggered at precisely the right moment, blocked the retreat route that would have allowed the attacking force to escape with minimal casualties. The settlement's defenders achieved their first clear tactical victory, capturing equipment and prisoners that provided valuable intelligence, while demonstrating that successful resistance remained possible despite the siege conditions. This psychological victory proved more valuable than the material gains, restoring confidence and enabling the more aggressive defensive planning that would be necessary for eventual resolution of the siege. Most importantly, the settlement's leadership had begun recognizing the pattern of environmental assistance that suggested external support, rather than attributing their improving fortune to random chance. They started planning operations that could take advantage of the mysterious aid that seemed to materialize whenever they faced critical challenges. This awareness created opportunities for more direct cooperation between Talon's external perspective and the settlement's local knowledge. The introduction of direct communication required careful management to avoid misunderstanding or defensive reaction from people unaccustomed to the sophisticated gesture language that enabled complex conversation without spoken words. Talon chose their initial contact carefully, approaching Sophia Blackwood, the settlement's trade coordinator, whose professional experience with diverse wasteland cultures had developed both diplomatic skills and adaptive communication abilities that would enable productive interaction despite language barriers. The meeting occurred during Sophia's routine inspection of defensive positions, when she encountered carefully arranged stones that formed obvious pattern, too deliberate to be natural formation but clearly intended as communication rather than threat. Following the pattern led her to a concealed position where Talon waited with obvious non-hostile intent, hands visible and positioned in gestures that unmistakably indicated peaceful purpose, even to those unfamiliar with formal sign language. Sophia's initial wariness gave way to fascination as Talon demonstrated their communication system through simple gestures that conveyed meaning through visual representation rather than arbitrary symbolic association. Basic concepts like numbers, directions, and emotional states could be communicated through intuitive hand positions that drew upon universal human understanding of spatial relationships and emotional expression. More complex ideas required the patient building of shared vocabulary through repetition and contextual demonstration that characterized first contact between cultures with different communication systems. The establishment of basic communication enabled Talon to convey crucial tactical information that their external observation had revealed. Raider patrol schedules, supply routes, leadership personalities, and most importantly, the specific vulnerabilities that could be exploited through coordinated action between internal and external forces. Sophia's quick understanding and strategic intelligence made her an ideal partner for developing comprehensive response plans that would utilize both settlement resources and Talon's unique capabilities. Their collaborative planning sessions occurred during Sophia's routine duties, conversations conducted through gesture and simple drawing that appeared to casual observation as routine maintenance activities or personal contemplation. Maps scratched in dirt conveyed terrain features and tactical possibilities, while hand signals coordinated timing and resource allocation for operations that would require precise synchronization between widely separated participants. The first coordinated operation targeted the raiders' primary supply line, a vulnerable convoy route that Talon's reconnaissance had identified as both crucial to siege sustainability and poorly defended due to assumptions about terrain difficulty that mountain-trained navigation could overcome. While settlement forces created distraction through increased activity on their main defensive perimeter, Talon approached the supply route through paths that avoided established observation posts and patrol patterns. The intervention combined mountain hunting techniques with tactical precision, disabling vehicles through careful sabotage that would appear to be mechanical failure rather than hostile action. Scattered supplies were cached in locations where they would eventually be discovered by settlement search parties, while captured weapons were repositioned to create false evidence of internal conflict among the raider leadership. The cumulative effect was operational disruption that appeared to result from incompetence and internal disputes rather than external intervention. Similar operations followed over subsequent days, each building upon lessons learned and intelligence gathered through previous successes. Raider communication equipment suffered mysterious failures during crucial operations. Guard posts found themselves isolated when support routes became mysteriously impassable due to environmental obstacles that seemed entirely natural. Most psychologically effective, key leaders discovered evidence of supposed betrayal and conspiracy that gradually eroded unit cohesion and command authority. The settlement's defenders had evolved from passive resistance to active partnership in the coordinated campaign, their confidence and capabilities increasing with each successful operation. More importantly, they had learned to work with their mysterious ally through shared understanding that transcended spoken language, developing the kind of intuitive cooperation that enabled complex operations without extensive planning or explicit coordination requirements. Sophia had emerged as the primary liaison between Talon and the settlement's leadership, her diplomatic skills and adaptive intelligence making her particularly effective at interpreting gestures and intentions that others might have misunderstood. Her growing fluency with Talon's communication system enabled increasingly sophisticated strategic discussions that took full advantage of their combined knowledge and capabilities. The decisive confrontation occurred when Raider leadership, increasingly demoralized by operational failures and internal suspicions, attempted a final desperate assault designed to capture the settlement through overwhelming force before their siege capabilities deteriorated further. Their plan concentrated their remaining strength in a single coordinated attack that would either achieve victory or result in defeat, that would force complete withdrawal from the region. Talon's observation had identified the timing and approach vectors for this final assault, enabling Sophia to coordinate comprehensive defensive preparations that would maximize the settlement's advantages, while minimizing exposure to superior numbers. More importantly, their partnership had developed sufficient tactical sophistication to implement coordinated responses that would appear to be brilliant leadership rather than external assistance, preserving the settlement's self-confidence and avoiding dependency relationships that might prove problematic during future challenges. The battle unfolded with the precision that characterized operations planned through patient intelligence gathering and careful preparation, rather than desperate improvisation. Settlement defenders occupied optimized positions that provided mutual support while avoiding concentration in vulnerable areas. Raider assault forces encountered unexpected obstacles and diversions that disrupted timing and coordination without obvious artificial origin. Most crucial, Talon's interventions occurred at precisely calculated moments, when small advantages could create cascading effects that would determine overall outcomes. The Raiders' defeat was comprehensive but not catastrophic, their retreat conducted in good order rather than chaotic flight that might have resulted in unnecessary casualties or persistent hostility. Their leadership recognized that the settlement had developed defensive capabilities beyond their capacity to overcome, while avoiding the complete humiliation that might have motivated revenge-seeking, that could have created long-term regional instability. The settlement's victory celebration was tempered by awareness that their success had depended upon assistance from their mysterious ally, creating both gratitude and curiosity about Talon's identity and motivations. Sophia served as intermediary for these discussions, her growing communication skills enabling complex conversations about Talon's tribal background, the drought conditions that had driven them from traditional territory, and their need for trade relationships that could sustain their people through environmental crisis. These discussions revealed the potential for mutually beneficial ongoing relationship between the mountain tribe and the trading post community. The settlement needed the high-quality crafted goods that represented tribal specialization, while the tribe required access to manufactured items and processed foods that could supplement traditional subsistence during difficult environmental conditions. Most importantly, both communities would benefit from the security advantages that partnership could provide against future external threats. The formal establishment of trade relationships required careful negotiation that respected both cultural traditions and practical necessities. Talon's people had developed sophisticated protocols for intertribal cooperation that could be adapted to lowland trading relationships, while the settlement possessed the commercial experience necessary for establishing sustainable exchange systems that would benefit all participants without creating dangerous dependencies. Sophia's role evolved from emergency coordinator to permanent trade representative, her communication skills and diplomatic experience making her ideally suited for managing ongoing relationships with tribal representatives who would visit the settlement according to seasonal patterns and resource availability. Her growing fluency with gesture-based communication would enable these future interactions to proceed smoothly, despite language barriers that might otherwise create misunderstanding or conflict. The broader implications of successful cooperation extended beyond immediate trade benefits to encompass regional security considerations that would affect multiple communities throughout the territory. The settlement's enhanced defensive capabilities, combined with potential tribal military support, created a stability zone that could serve as foundation for expanded trade networks and mutual defense agreements with other communities facing similar external pressures. Most personally satisfying for Talon was the recognition that their voiceless condition had proven advantageous rather than limiting in establishing these crucial relationships. The patient observation and indirect communication that necessity had taught them proved more effective than direct negotiation might have been, while their mountain hunting skills had provided tactical capabilities that enabled successful defense against superior numbers through superior strategy rather than superior force. As the formal ceremonies concluded the establishment of permanent trade relationships, Talon began preparing for the return journey to tribal territory with the supplies and agreements that would ensure their people's survival through the continuing environmental crisis. The drought conditions that had forced this expedition remained unchanged, but the successful establishment of lowland partnerships provided sustainable alternatives to traditional subsistence patterns that would enable cultural continuity despite temporary environmental challenges. Sophia accompanied Talon during the initial portion of their return journey, her diplomatic mission extending to direct contact with tribal leadership that would formalize the agreements reached during their settlement-based negotiations. Her communication skills had developed sufficient sophistication to enable productive interaction with tribal elders, while her commercial experience would facilitate the establishment of regular trade schedules and standardized exchange rates that would prevent future misunderstandings. The mountain paths that led toward tribal territory provided opportunities for continued communication development, as Sophia learned the environmental awareness and terrain navigation skills that enabled effective travel through high-altitude wilderness. Her growing appreciation for mountain survival techniques complemented Talon's increasing understanding of lowland commercial practices, creating mutual respect that strengthened their partnership beyond merely professional cooperation. Their conversations during evening camps revealed the philosophical similarities between mountain tribal wisdom and trading post pragmatism, both cultures having developed sophisticated approaches to survival and cooperation that emphasized long-term sustainability over short-term advantage. These shared values provided foundation for the trust necessary to maintain successful trade relationships, despite the cultural differences that might otherwise create conflict or misunderstanding. The reunion with tribal leadership occurred during the autumn gathering, when scattered bands converged for seasonal planning and resource allocation decisions that would determine survival strategies through the approaching winter months. Talon's successful mission and the agreements negotiated with the trading post community provided alternatives to the increasingly desperate measures that environmental crisis had been forcing upon traditional survival patterns. The integration of lowland trade relationships into tribal seasonal cycles required careful planning that would maintain cultural integrity while adapting to new resource availability and exchange opportunities. Tribal crafters began adjusting production schedules to emphasize items with particular trading value, while hunters modified their patterns to include animals whose pelts or other products would be especially valuable in lowland commerce. Most importantly, young tribal members began learning the communication skills that would enable them to serve as future trade representatives and cultural ambassadors. Sophia's presence during these tribal discussions provided valuable perspective on lowland commercial practices, while demonstrating the respect and genuine interest that would be necessary for sustainable cross-cultural cooperation. Her willingness to adapt to tribal customs and learn mountain survival skills earned recognition as worthy trading partner rather than merely convenient commercial contact, establishing personal relationships that would support formal agreements through inevitable future challenges and misunderstanding. The establishment of regular trading schedules required coordination between tribal seasonal patterns and settlement commercial cycles, creating predictable interaction opportunities while maintaining flexibility necessary for adaptation to environmental changes and evolving resource needs. These schedules provided structure for ongoing relationships, while avoiding rigid requirements that might become problematic during crisis situations requiring rapid response and modified priorities. As winter approached and tribal bands prepared to disperse to traditional cold season territories, the success of Talon's mission had transformed potential catastrophe into opportunity for cultural development and expanded horizons. The drought conditions that had threatened tribal survival had instead led to valuable partnerships and enhanced capabilities that would benefit future generations. The farewell ceremonies that concluded Sophia's diplomatic mission emphasized the mutual respect and personal friendships that had developed alongside formal trade agreements. Her return journey to the settlement would be accompanied by tribal representatives carrying the first official trade shipment, demonstrating immediate practical benefits of the relationships established through patient negotiation and mutual accommodation rather than attempted cultural dominance or economic exploitation. Talon's recognition within tribal society had evolved from promising young hunter to accomplished diplomat and strategic thinker, whose unconventional approach had achieved success where traditional methods might have proven inadequate. Their voiceless condition was now celebrated as advantageous characteristic that had enabled the patient observation and indirect communication necessary for successful interaction with unfamiliar cultures, rather than limitation requiring accommodation or pity from community members. The broader implications of successful lowland integration would influence tribal development for generations, providing alternatives to complete isolation while maintaining cultural integrity and traditional values that define tribal identity. Young people would have opportunities for expanded horizons and diverse experience, while remaining connected to ancestral wisdom and mountain environment that shaped tribal character and provided spiritual foundation for all future development. As Talon settled into their traditional role within the tribal winter community, they began documenting their experiences through the artistic traditions that preserved important knowledge and cultural memory across generations. Their account would emphasize the diplomatic and strategic lessons learned during the trading post mission, providing guidance for future cultural contacts while celebrating the advantages that different approaches to communication and problem solving could offer when applied with wisdom and patience. The success of their unconventional mission had demonstrated that apparent limitations could become strengths when approached with creativity and persistence, while patient observation and indirect action could achieve results that direct confrontation might have made impossible. These lessons would influence tribal education and cultural development, encouraging young people to view challenges as opportunities for innovation, rather than obstacles requiring traditional responses that might prove inadequate to changing circumstances. While Talon shared their experiences with tribal members eager to learn about lowland customs and trading opportunities, far to the south along the established Caravan routes, another silent figure was beginning their own investigation into questions that words alone could never resolve. The scars of betrayal and loss had taken more than voice from a seasoned caravan guard, but they had also provided the patient fury necessary to uncover truths that powerful people preferred to keep hidden. Join us for The Quiet Rage. The Commonwealth evening settled over the caravan routes with the gentle melancholy that accompanied autumn's approach, when shortened daylight hours reminded travelers of winter's inevitable return. and the increased dangers that cold weather brought to those who made their living on the dangerous roads between scattered settlements. The trade route that connected Bunker Hill to Diamond City had once echoed with Morgan Caldwell's boisterous laughter, the kind of infectious humor that made long journeys bearable and dangerous work feel like shared adventure among friends who trusted each other with their lives. Now Morgan traveled these same paths in silence, the slate board hanging around their neck serving as both practical communication tool and constant reminder of the price extracted by betrayal and violence. The radiation burns that traced silver patterns across their throat had healed months ago, but the damage to vocal cords had proven permanent, a physical manifestation of the deeper wounds that drove their current methodical investigation into the systematic destruction of everything they had once held dear. The Caldwell Trading Company had been more than commercial enterprise. It had represented 3 generations of family commitment to connecting Commonwealth settlements through reliable supply lines and fair dealing that earned respect even from typically suspicious wasteland communities. Their caravans had carried not just goods but news, messages between separated families, and the kind of trust that enabled broader economic cooperation despite the endemic dangers that made long-distance trade a perpetually risky endeavor. The attack that destroyed this legacy had initially appeared to be random raider violence, the kind of predatory assault that claimed numerous caravans throughout the region each year. A coordinated ambush along a supposedly secure route, overwhelming firepower applied with military precision, systematic elimination of witnesses who might have provided inconvenient testimony about the attacker's identity or method. The official investigation had concluded with the standard determination of wasteland predation that effectively closed the case without meaningful resolution or justice for the victims. Morgan's survival had been attributed to fortunate positioning during the initial assault, their injuries severe enough to create the appearance of death without actually proving fatal. Hours of unconsciousness among the genuine casualties had provided inadvertent camouflage that enabled eventual recovery and evacuation by settlement security forces who discovered the massacre scene too late to prevent tragedy, but in time to save the single witness whose testimony might eventually reveal the truth behind carefully orchestrated deception. The months of recovery had provided unwanted opportunity for reflection and analysis that gradually revealed inconsistencies in the official narrative that attributed their family's destruction to random violence. The attackers had possessed too much tactical knowledge about caravan security procedures, their timing too perfectly coordinated with route schedules that were supposed to be confidential information shared only among trusted trading partners. Most damning, the systematic nature of the assault suggested specific objectives beyond mere robbery, the kind of targeted elimination that indicated commercial rather than criminal motivation. Morgan's investigation had begun during those long weeks of medical treatment, when pain and medication created an altered state of consciousness that enabled pattern recognition unencumbered by emotional investment in comfortable conclusions. Lying in the Diamond City Medical Center, they had methodically reviewed every detail of their family's recent commercial activities, identifying the subtle changes in competitor behavior that had preceded the fatal ambush by several months. Small contract disputes that had escalated unnecessarily, shipping routes that had become mysteriously unreliable, established customers who had inexplicably shifted their business to rival companies. The pattern that emerged suggested systematic commercial warfare designed to weaken the Caldwell Trading Company before delivering the final blow that would eliminate competition while creating the appearance of random wasteland violence. The primary beneficiary of this destruction had been Consolidated Commonwealth Logistics, a trading conglomerate that had expanded aggressively throughout the region over the past 2 years, absorbing smaller competitors through methods that carefully avoided obvious legal challenges, while achieving comprehensive market dominance. CCL's business model emphasized efficiency and standardization over the personal relationships that had characterized traditional Commonwealth trading practices. Their operations utilized superior resources and organizational structure to undercut smaller competitors on pricing, while providing more reliable delivery schedules that gradually convinced customers to abandon established relationships in favor of apparent commercial advantages. On the surface, this represented legitimate business competition, adapted to post-war economic realities, rather than the criminal conspiracy that Morgan suspected lay beneath the corporate facade. The investigation required capabilities that Morgan had developed during years of Caravan security work: patience for extended surveillance, analytical skills for recognizing patterns among seemingly unrelated events, and the kind of methodical documentation that enabled complex information to be organized into meaningful conclusions. Their voiceless condition actually provided advantages for this work, as written communication enabled more precise record keeping, while their inability to speak casually prevented inadvertent revelation of sensitive information that might compromise ongoing investigation. Their first objective involved establishing reliable information networks among the various settlements and trading posts that formed the Commonwealth's commercial infrastructure. This required careful cultivation of relationships with stable keepers, caravan guards, warehouse supervisors, and the various support personnel whose positions provided access to commercial intelligence without attracting attention from those with motivation to conceal inconvenient truths. The slate board that enabled written communication actually facilitated these contacts, as people were often more willing to share information with someone who clearly could not repeat conversations verbally. The Brass Lantern in Diamond City became Morgan's primary base of operations, its position as neutral meeting ground for traders from throughout the region, providing ideal opportunities for information gathering and relationship building. The establishment's owner, Sofia Delgado, had known the Caldwell family for years and proved sympathetic to Morgan's investigation, while maintaining the discretion necessary to avoid compromising either her business or the safety of those willing to provide sensitive information. Sophia's introduction connected Morgan with Marcus Webb, a former CCL employee whose dismissal following a dispute over accounting irregularities had left him with both detailed knowledge of company operations and personal motivation for cooperation with external investigation. Webb's information revealed the sophisticated planning that had preceded the Caldwell ambush, including internal communications that had identified the family trading company as a primary competitive obstacle, requiring comprehensive resolution through methods that would avoid regulatory complications. This documentation represented the first concrete evidence linking CCL leadership to the systematic elimination of competitors through methods that carefully avoided direct legal responsibility while achieving comprehensive commercial objectives. Webb provided copies of internal memoranda that discussed security solutions and risk mitigation strategies in language that clearly referred to violence, while maintaining plausible alternative interpretations that would complicate any potential legal proceedings. More damning were the financial records that showed unusual expenditures for consulting services, paid to individuals with known connections to mercenary groups operating throughout the Commonwealth region. These payments had occurred on schedules that correlated precisely with attacks on various trading operations, creating circumstantial evidence of systematic coordination between CCL's corporate leadership and the supposedly independent raiders who were eliminating their competition through targeted violence. The challenge involved transforming this intelligence into actionable evidence that could overcome CCL's considerable resources and political connections throughout the Commonwealth's commercial establishment. Direct confrontation would prove futile against an organization with sufficient resources to eliminate inconvenient opposition through the same methods they had previously employed, while conventional legal proceedings would likely prove ineffective against defendants with superior financial resources and established relationships with settlement authorities. Morgan's approach emphasized psychological warfare, designed to create internal conflicts within CCL's leadership structure that would ultimately prove more effective than external pressure in achieving justice for their family's destruction. Their strategy involved carefully orchestrated revelation of sensitive information that would create suspicion and paranoia among conspirators who had previously operated with confidence in their security and mutual loyalty. The first phase of this campaign involved anonymous distribution of financial documentation that revealed the true extent of CCL's illegal activities to various settlement authorities and commercial organizations throughout the region. Rather than presenting comprehensive evidence that might be dismissed as fabrication, Morgan provided selective information that would encourage independent investigation, while maintaining plausible uncertainty about the source and reliability of the accusations. These carefully timed revelations created the foundation for broader suspicion about CCL's business practices, while avoiding direct confrontation that might trigger immediate retaliation against identifiable accusers. Settlement authorities began conducting routine audits that revealed minor irregularities. Commercial partners started questioning contract terms that had previously been accepted without scrutiny, and employees began reporting suspicious activities that had formerly been ignored as routine corporate policy. The psychological pressure created by this increased scrutiny began manifesting in changed behavior patterns among CCL's leadership, as individuals who had previously cooperated in criminal activities began questioning their colleagues' reliability and commitment to mutual protection. Morgan documented these behavioral changes through careful observation of public interactions and communication with informants who had access to internal company dynamics and decision-making processes. Most effectively, Morgan began creating false evidence of betrayal and internal conspiracy that would encourage CCL's leadership to suspect each other of cooperation with external investigation. Forged communications were strategically placed where they would be discovered by individuals with motivation to believe their colleagues were planning to sacrifice them to avoid personal legal consequences. Financial records were altered to suggest unauthorized payments to unknown recipients who might represent law enforcement informants or external investigators. The cumulative effect of these psychological operations created an atmosphere of mutual suspicion that gradually undermined the trust necessary for continued criminal cooperation. CCL's leadership began implementing counter-surveillance measures against each other, diverting resources from productive business activities toward internal security concerns that ultimately proved counterproductive to both legitimate and illegitimate aspects of their operations. Marcus Webb proved particularly valuable during this phase of the investigation, his insider knowledge enabling precise targeting of psychological pressure that would exploit existing personality conflicts and power struggles within CCL's organizational structure. His information identified specific individuals whose loyalty was questionable, existing disputes that could be exacerbated through careful manipulation, and communication channels that could be compromised to create false intelligence that would encourage self-destructive decision-making. The breakthrough came when Thomas Hartwell, CCL's operations director, approached Morgan through intermediaries with an offer to provide comprehensive evidence against his colleagues in exchange for immunity from prosecution and protection from retaliation. His motivation combined genuine fear of his associates' willingness to eliminate potential witnesses with recognition that the organization's criminal activities were becoming too dangerous to sustain without inevitable exposure and legal consequences. Hartwell's information revealed the complete scope of CCL's systematic elimination of competitors throughout the Commonwealth region, including detailed planning documents for the Caldwell ambush and financial records that documented payments to mercenary groups responsible for numerous attacks that had been attributed to random raider violence. His testimony would provide the foundation for legal proceedings, while his documentary evidence would support prosecution efforts that could overcome CCL's defensive resources. The arrangement of Hartwell's defection required careful security planning that would protect him from retaliation, while ensuring his testimony could be preserved through multiple channels that would prevent suppression through intimidation or elimination of individual witnesses. Morgan coordinated with settlement authorities from multiple jurisdictions to establish protective custody arrangements, while simultaneously securing documentary evidence through distributed storage that would complicate any attempts at comprehensive suppression. The formal presentation of evidence to Diamond City's security leadership occurred during carefully orchestrated proceedings that balanced public transparency with security considerations necessary to protect witnesses and ensure successful prosecution of the criminal conspiracy. Morgan's written testimony provided comprehensive narrative that connected individual pieces of evidence into coherent account of systematic commercial terrorism, while Hartwell's insider knowledge supplied the specific details that transformed circumstantial evidence into criminal proof beyond reasonable doubt. CCL's leadership attempted various defensive strategies that ranged from denial and counter-accusation to attempted intimidation of witnesses and officials involved in the legal proceedings. Their resources enabled sophisticated legal representation and political pressure that complicated prosecution efforts while creating additional evidence of their willingness to employ illegal methods to avoid accountability for their previous criminal activities. The resolution occurred through combination of successful legal proceedings and internal collapse of the criminal organization, as remaining leadership conflicts escalated into open warfare that eliminated key conspirators through mutual destruction rather than external prosecution. Several CCL executives disappeared under circumstances that suggested elimination by former associates, while others fled the Commonwealth region rather than face legal consequences for their documented participation in systematic murder and commercial terrorism. Most satisfying for Morgan was the recovery of substantial financial assets that had been derived from their family's destroyed business, including compensation that would enable rebuilding of the Caldwell Trading Company's operations according to the ethical standards that had characterized their previous commercial activities. The restored company would honor their family's memory while providing employment and services that would benefit Commonwealth communities, rather than exploiting them through predatory business practices. The personal recognition that accompanied successful resolution of the investigation proved less important than the knowledge that justice had been achieved through methodical persistence rather than violent revenge. Morgan's voiceless condition had actually enhanced their investigative capabilities by encouraging written documentation and careful analysis that might have been compromised by emotional verbal communication during crucial phases of evidence gathering and psychological warfare. The broader implications of exposing CCL's criminal activities extended throughout the Commonwealth's commercial establishment, encouraging greater scrutiny of business practices while establishing legal precedents that would complicate future attempts at systematic elimination of competitors through violence disguised as random wasteland predation. Settlement authorities implemented enhanced monitoring of commercial disputes and unusual business expansion patterns that might indicate criminal activity rather than legitimate market success. Sophia's assistance during the investigation had evolved into permanent partnership in the restored trading company. Her diplomatic skills and established relationships throughout the region providing valuable foundation for rebuilding commercial operations according to ethical standards that emphasized mutual benefit rather than exploitative advantage. Her experience with diverse communication methods enabled continued effective cooperation despite Morgan's voiceless condition, while her commercial expertise ensured business decisions would remain financially viable while maintaining moral integrity. The reconstruction of Caldwell Trading Company operations required careful balance between honoring traditional family approaches and adapting to changed economic conditions that had developed during the months of investigation and legal proceedings. New competitors had emerged to fill the commercial vacuum created by CCL's collapse, while settlement authorities had implemented enhanced regulatory oversight that required more comprehensive documentation and transparency than had been previously necessary. Morgan's approach emphasized gradual expansion that would rebuild customer relationships through demonstrated reliability, rather than attempting rapid market capture that might appear to replicate CCL's aggressive strategies. Their written communication with potential customers and trading partners actually proved advantageous for commercial negotiations, as documented agreements provided greater precision and legal protection than verbal arrangements that might be subject to misunderstanding or deliberate misrepresentation. The first restored caravan departed Diamond City on the anniversary of the attack that had destroyed the original Caldwell Trading Company, carrying goods that represented both practical commerce and symbolic demonstration of successful recovery from systematic criminal victimization. Morgan rode alongside the caravan guards, slate board accessible for necessary communication, but their focus primarily directed toward ensuring safe delivery and customer satisfaction that would establish foundation for continued operations. The route followed the same paths where their family had been murdered, but the landscape now held different meaning as scene of eventual justice rather than merely location of personal tragedy. The investigation had revealed the broader context that connected their family's destruction to systematic criminal activities affecting numerous Commonwealth communities, transforming personal loss into contribution toward regional security and commercial integrity. The success of initial trading operations enabled gradual expansion that would eventually restore Caldwell Trading Company to its previous position as respected participant in Commonwealth commercial activities. New employees were carefully selected for both professional competence and ethical commitment that would ensure continued operations according to standards that honored the family tradition, while avoiding the criminal practices that had characterized some competitors. Most personally meaningful was the establishment of a memorial fund that would provide assistance to other victims of commercial terrorism and systematic criminal activity disguised as random wasteland violence. The fund's activities would ensure that the investigation techniques and legal strategies developed during Morgan's pursuit of justice could benefit other individuals and communities facing similar challenges from organized criminal enterprises operating under legitimate business facades. The recognition ceremonies that acknowledged Morgan's successful investigation emphasized the broader significance of their achievement for Commonwealth commercial security and legal precedent, rather than merely personal vindication. Settlement authorities from throughout the region participated in formal proceedings that established new protocols for investigating suspicious business activities, while honoring those who had contributed to exposing systematic criminal conspiracies. As autumn deepened into early winter, Morgan reflected on the transformation that voiceless condition had enabled in their approach to problem solving and relationship building. The necessity for written communication had encouraged more precise thinking and documentation, while their inability to engage in casual verbal conversation had developed enhanced observation skills that proved crucial for successful investigation of complex criminal activities. The slate board that had initially represented limitation and loss had become symbol of adaptive communication that enabled meaningful participation in community activities despite apparent disadvantage. Young people throughout the settlements began learning written communication techniques that would provide alternative approaches to conflict resolution and complex negotiation that might prove valuable even for those without physical communication limitation. Sophia's partnership in the restored trading company had evolved beyond mere commercial cooperation to encompass personal relationship that demonstrated how mutual respect and adaptive communication could overcome apparent barriers to create effective collaboration. Their joint planning sessions utilized combination of written notes, sketch diagrams, and intuitive understanding that had developed through shared challenges and common commitment to ethical business practices. The seasonal patterns that governed Commonwealth trading activities provided natural rhythm for continued expansion of restored operations, with winter months devoted to planning and preparation for increased activity during favorable traveling weather. Morgan's written correspondence with potential customers and suppliers throughout the region established commercial relationships that would support gradual growth according to sustainable principles, rather than aggressive expansion that might compromise operational integrity. The educational initiatives that grew from Morgan's investigative success included training programs that would help other potential victims recognize signs of systematic commercial terrorism, while developing defensive strategies that could prevent successful criminal manipulation of legitimate business disputes. These programs emphasized documentation techniques and pattern recognition skills that could enable early identification of suspicious activities before they escalated into systematic victimization. The broader legal implications of successful prosecution of CCL's criminal conspiracy established precedents that would enable more effective law enforcement response to similar criminal enterprises throughout the Commonwealth region. Settlement authorities implemented enhanced coordination mechanisms that would facilitate information sharing and joint investigation of criminal activities that crossed jurisdictional boundaries or involved multiple communities. As winter solstice approached, marking the gradual return of longer daylight hours that would enable renewed caravan activity during the coming year, Morgan completed comprehensive documentation of their investigative techniques and legal strategies that would be preserved for future reference by others facing similar challenges. This record would ensure that the knowledge gained through personal tragedy and methodical investigation would continue benefiting Commonwealth communities long after immediate circumstances had been resolved. The personal satisfaction that accompanied successful achievement of justice proved less important than recognition that apparent limitations could become advantages when approached with creativity and persistence, while patient investigation and strategic thinking could achieve results that violent revenge would have made impossible. These insights would influence approaches to conflict resolution and problem solving throughout the Commonwealth region, encouraging adaptive communication and methodical analysis rather than immediate emotional response to challenging situations. The restored Caldwell Trading Company's success demonstrated that ethical business practices could prove more sustainable and profitable than criminal methodologies that appeared to offer short-term advantages at the cost of eventual exposure and legal consequences. This example encouraged other commercial enterprises to maintain higher standards of conduct while providing competitive alternatives to businesses that continued relying on questionable practices to achieve market advantage. Sophia's documentation of their partnership's communication techniques provided foundation for broader educational initiatives that would help other individuals with various communication challenges participate more effectively in Commonwealth commercial and social activities. These techniques emphasized written expression, visual representation, and patient relationship building that could enhance understanding and cooperation, even among those without apparent communication limitations. The memorial services held for the original Caldwell Trading Company's victims provided opportunity for broader community recognition of the cost of systematic criminal activity disguised as random violence, while celebrating the successful pursuit of justice that had revealed truth and achieved accountability for those responsible. These ceremonies established annual commemorations that would ensure continued awareness of both tragedy and successful response to criminal conspiracy. As the winter deepened around Diamond City and the Commonwealth settlements, Morgan continued their careful rebuilding of family legacy while maintaining vigilance against future criminal activities that might threaten legitimate commercial operations. Their success had demonstrated that justice could be achieved through methodical investigation and strategic thinking rather than violent confrontation, providing inspiration for others facing similar challenges while establishing practical precedents for effective response to systematic criminal victimization. The quiet satisfaction of earned justice proved more meaningful than dramatic revenge would have been, while the restored commercial operations provided ongoing contribution to Commonwealth prosperity and security that honored their families' memory through continued service to communities that had supported their investigation and recovery. The slate board remained constant companion, symbol of adaptive communication that had enabled success despite apparent limitation, reminder that strength could emerge from unexpected sources when approached with patience and creative determination. While Morgan continued building their restored trading company during the quiet winter months, far to the south along the radiation-scarred highways where ancient weather patterns had grown strange and dangerous, another voiceless figure studied atmospheric data with growing alarm. Sister Amara carried warnings that few would believe and fewer still would heed, but her dedication to duty remained unshaken by past rejection and present skepticism. Join us for The Silent Sister. The pre-dawn Commonwealth sky held an unsettling quality that only those trained in atmospheric observation would recognize. A subtle luminescence that preceded neither sunrise nor storm, but something far more dangerous that most wasteland inhabitants had learned to dismiss as merely another peculiarity of their radiation-altered world. The air itself seemed to whisper warnings through barely perceptible electrical charges that made hair stand on end and created the metallic taste that preceded lightning strikes, though no clouds marred the starlit expanse above the broken landscape. Sister Amara moved through this charged atmosphere with the measured pace of someone who had learned to read the sky's moods as clearly as others read human expressions, her weathered face bearing the distinctive radiation burns that traced silver patterns across her throat and jaw, marks that served as both badge of her calling and constant reminder of the price she had paid for her dedication to protecting others from the invisible dangers that drifted on seemingly innocent breezes. The heavy pack she carried contained not weapons or trade goods, but something far more precious: carefully preserved pre-war atmospheric research data and the specialized instruments she had modified to track the radiation storms that were gathering strength throughout the region. Her journey had begun 3 months earlier, with the first subtle atmospheric readings that indicated unusual pressure patterns developing in the upper atmosphere. changes so gradual that only someone with comprehensive historical data would recognize their significance as precursors to the kind of massive radiation storm that occurred perhaps once in a generation, bringing devastation that could alter entire regions for decades to come. The mathematical models she had painstakingly reconstructed from fragmented pre-war research suggested an event of unprecedented scale approaching, driven by atmospheric conditions that had been building for years beneath the threshold of casual observation. The irony of her situation was not lost on her. A former follower of the apocalypse whose voice had been stolen by the very radiation she now tracked, leaving her unable to speak the warnings that might save countless lives from the approaching catastrophe. The fever that had claimed her speech had struck during her desperate attempt to evacuate New Haven settlement ahead of a smaller radiation storm 2 years earlier. The cellular damage to her vocal cords serving as permanent testament to both her dedication and the price of that service. Yet in the silence that had followed her recovery, Sister Amara had discovered that losing her voice had actually enhanced her ability to observe and understand the subtle patterns that governed atmospheric radiation behavior. Without the distraction of verbal communication, her attention had become completely focused on the environmental data that revealed truth more clearly than any spoken testimony could convey. Her portable weather station, constructed from salvaged pre-war meteorological equipment and carefully modified instruments, provided comprehensive atmospheric monitoring capabilities that surpassed most settlements' understanding of environmental conditions. The approaching storm represented a convergence of atmospheric factors that occurred only under specific conditions. High-pressure systems that trapped radioactive particles in the upper atmosphere, thermal inversions that prevented normal dispersion patterns, and electromagnetic disturbances that would eventually release the accumulated radiation in concentrated bursts of unprecedented intensity. Her calculations indicated that the storm would affect multiple Commonwealth regions simultaneously, delivering radiation doses that would prove lethal to anyone caught in the open and potentially uninhabitable for years afterward. The challenge lay not in the scientific analysis, which her training and instruments enabled her to perform with considerable accuracy, but in communicating these complex predictions to settlement leaders, who typically dismissed atmospheric warnings as superstitious speculation rather than legitimate scientific forecast. Her voiceless condition complicated this communication immensely, requiring written explanations of concepts that were difficult enough to convey through direct verbal instruction to audiences with limited scientific background. Sanctuary Hills represented her first major test case, a relatively prosperous settlement with educated leadership that might prove receptive to scientific evidence if presented appropriately. The community had been established by vault dwellers whose pre-war technical knowledge provided foundation for understanding complex environmental concepts, while their recent experience with various wasteland hazards had demonstrated the practical value of advance warning and systematic preparation for environmental dangers. Sister Amara's approach to the settlement occurred during the early morning hours when atmospheric readings were typically most stable, allowing her to conduct final calibration of her monitoring equipment before presenting her findings to community leadership. The radiation burns that marked her throat and face drew immediate attention from settlement guards, who recognized the distinctive patterns that indicated someone who had survived severe exposure through medical knowledge and extraordinary constitution, rather than mere luck. The settlement's informal leader, Martha Williamson, had established her authority through practical competence and willingness to make difficult decisions based on available evidence, rather than popular opinion or traditional assumptions. Her background as a former Vault-Tec engineer provided technical training that enabled appreciation for scientific methodology, while her experience managing settlement resources had demonstrated the importance of long-term planning and risk assessment for community survival. Sister Amara's initial communication with Martha occurred through carefully prepared written materials that presented her atmospheric research findings according to logical progression from observed data through analytical methodology to predictive conclusions. Her documentation emphasized practical implications rather than theoretical complexity, focusing on specific actions that could enhance survival probability while avoiding technical explanations that might obscure essential information beneath academic detail. The presentation began with historical atmospheric data that demonstrated previous radiation storm patterns, establishing baseline understanding of the phenomenon while providing context for current observations that suggested unusual developments in atmospheric conditions. Her charts and graphs utilized pre-war scientific conventions that Martha's technical background enabled her to interpret accurately, creating shared understanding of complex environmental processes through visual representation rather than verbal explanation. Most compelling were the instrument readings that Sister Amara had gathered over recent months, documenting atmospheric pressure changes, electromagnetic fluctuations, and radiation level variations that followed patterns consistent with pre-storm conditions identified in historical research. Her portable monitoring station provided real-time demonstration of measurement techniques while displaying current atmospheric conditions that supported her predictions about developing storm intensity. Martha's initial skepticism gave way to growing concern as she studied the comprehensive documentation that Sister Amara had prepared, her technical training enabling recognition of both the scientific methodology and the practical implications that the atmospheric research suggested. The correlation between historical patterns and current observations proved particularly convincing, demonstrating that the predictions represented logical extrapolation from established data rather than speculative guesswork about unpredictable environmental phenomena. The establishment of credibility through technical competence enabled more detailed discussion of specific preparation measures that could enhance settlement survival during the predicted radiation storm. Sister Amara's written recommendations emphasized shelter modification, supply stockpiling, and communication protocols that would enable coordinated response while minimizing exposure to harmful radiation levels that the storm would deliver across affected regions. Most crucial was the timeline that her calculations suggested for storm arrival. Approximately 6 weeks until initial effects became visible, followed by rapid intensification over several days, before peak radiation delivery that would render outdoor activity lethal for anyone without specialized protective equipment. This schedule provided sufficient preparation time if community leadership committed to systematic implementation of recommended safety measures, but insufficient margin for delay or gradual response that might prove inadequate when conditions deteriorated rapidly. Martha's acceptance of Sister Amara's warnings led to immediate community meeting, where the atmospheric research could be presented to settlement residents who would be responsible for implementing protective measures during the approaching crisis. The community's democratic decision-making process required consensus building that could prove challenging when discussing complex scientific concepts with residents whose educational backgrounds varied considerably across the settlement population. Sister Amara adapted her presentation techniques for broader community communication, utilizing visual aids and simplified explanations that conveyed essential information without overwhelming non-technical audiences with scientific complexity that might obscure practical implications. Her charts emphasized timeline and specific actions rather than theoretical understanding, focusing on what residents needed to do rather than why particular measures were scientifically necessary. Community's response revealed the typical mixture of acceptance, skepticism, and denial that characterized human reaction to warnings about distant but catastrophic threats. Younger residents with technical inclinations showed immediate understanding and support for recommended preparations, while older settlement members expressed concern about resource allocation for problems that might prove less severe than predicted. Most challenging were those who dismissed scientific forecasting entirely, preferring to rely on traditional weather lore or religious faith rather than systematic environmental monitoring. Sister Amara's documentation proved crucial for overcoming this resistance, as written materials enabled detailed review and discussion that verbal presentations might not have achieved. Residents could study her evidence at their own pace, consulting with technically knowledgeable community members who could provide additional explanation and context for complex atmospheric concepts that required careful consideration rather than immediate emotional response. The gradual building of community consensus occurred through patient education and demonstration, rather than authoritative mandate, respecting democratic traditions while ensuring adequate preparation for survival during environmental crisis. Sister Amara participated in these discussions through written responses to questions and concerns, her documentation providing foundation for informed decision-making, rather than speculation about unknown risks and uncertain solutions. The settlement's commitment to systematic preparation enabled comprehensive implementation of recommended safety measures over the following weeks. Existing shelters were reinforced and expanded to provide adequate protection for extended periods of confinement, while supply stockpiles were increased to sustain community needs during the weeks of isolation that severe radiation levels would require. Communication systems were established to maintain contact with nearby settlements that might also be affected by the approaching storm. Most importantly, the settlement established protocols for monitoring atmospheric conditions that would provide advance warning as storm conditions developed, enabling final preparations and timely shelter deployment when radiation levels began increasing toward dangerous thresholds. Sister Amara's instruments provided baseline measurements, while community members learned basic monitoring techniques that would ensure continued environmental awareness even if primary equipment failed during the crisis. The validation of Sister Amara's scientific credibility through successful community engagement at Sanctuary Hills provided foundation for expanding her warning efforts to additional settlements throughout the Commonwealth region. Her written documentation of successful preparation techniques could be adapted for various community situations, while her growing reputation for accurate environmental forecasting began overcoming the initial skepticism that her voiceless condition and unconventional appearance had previously generated. Diamond City represented her most challenging communication opportunity, a large urban settlement with complex political structure and economic interests that might conflict with the resource allocation necessary for comprehensive storm preparation. The city's leadership included various factions with different priorities and constituencies, creating decision-making processes that required careful navigation and multiple communication strategies to achieve consensus on coordinated response measures. Mayor McDonough's administration had established reputation for pragmatic governance that balanced competing interests while maintaining settlement security and economic stability. However, their focus on immediate practical concerns sometimes created resistance to long-term planning that required significant resource commitment based on scientific predictions rather than visible immediate threats that demanded obvious response measures. Sister Amara's approach to Diamond City leadership emphasized economic and security implications of inadequate storm preparation, rather than purely scientific arguments that might be dismissed as academic speculation. Her written presentation focused on potential settlement damage, population casualties, and economic disruption that inadequate preparation might create, while demonstrating cost-effectiveness of proactive measures compared to emergency response and reconstruction efforts that storm damage would require. The city's security chief, Captain Kessler, proved particularly receptive to systematic risk assessment and preparation planning. His military background providing appreciation for advanced intelligence and coordinated response capabilities that could minimize casualties during crisis situations. His influence within city administration enabled serious consideration of Sister Amara's recommendations, despite initial skepticism from political and commercial interests that viewed storm preparation as unnecessary expense. The presentation of atmospheric monitoring data to Diamond City's technical advisors created additional credibility for Sister Amara's predictions, as their scientific training enabled independent verification of her methodology and conclusions. Their endorsement of her research findings provided political cover for administrative decisions that might otherwise face criticism from residents, who questioned resource allocation for uncertain future threats rather than immediate community needs. The implementation of storm preparation measures in Diamond City required coordination between various municipal departments and private interests that controlled different aspects of urban infrastructure and emergency response capability. Sister Amara's detailed preparation guidelines provided framework for this coordination, while her continued atmospheric monitoring enabled ongoing assessment of storm development that would determine timing for final preparation phases. Most challenging was the communication with outlying settlements that lacked the technical expertise and resource base that made comprehensive storm preparation feasible for larger communities. These smaller settlements required simplified preparation strategies that utilized available materials and capabilities while providing maximum protection possible, given their resource limitations and technical constraints. Sister Amara developed modified preparation protocols that could be implemented by settlements with minimal technical expertise, emphasizing basic shelter construction and supply preservation techniques that utilized commonly available materials rather than specialized equipment that might be difficult to obtain or properly utilize. Her written instructions provided step-by-step guidance that enabled effective implementation regardless of educational background or previous experience with environmental crisis preparation. The traveling that these extended warning efforts required provided additional opportunities for atmospheric observation and data collection that refined her understanding of storm development patterns and regional variations in atmospheric conditions. Her portable monitoring station enabled continuous environmental tracking, while her detailed documentation created comprehensive record of pre-storm atmospheric behavior that would provide valuable scientific information for future research and forecasting efforts. During these travels, Sister Amara encountered Scribe Elias, a young Brotherhood of Steel academic whose research interests included environmental monitoring and technological applications for wasteland survival enhancement. His technical training provided immediate understanding of her atmospheric research, while his institutional resources offered potential support for expanded monitoring and communication efforts that could enhance regional storm preparation. The collaboration between Sister Amara and Scribe Elias developed through shared commitment to scientific accuracy and practical application of technical knowledge for community benefit, rather than merely academic advancement. His access to Brotherhood communication networks enabled broader distribution of storm warnings, while her field research provided empirical data that enhanced theoretical understanding of post-war atmospheric phenomena. Scribe Elias proved particularly valuable for translating Sister Amara's complex atmospheric research into formats accessible to various audiences throughout the Commonwealth region. His communication skills enabled verbal presentations that complemented her written materials, while his institutional credibility provided additional legitimacy for scientific predictions that some communities might otherwise dismiss as speculation from isolated researchers without official endorsement. The joint preparation efforts between Sister Amara and Scribe Elias enabled coordination between multiple settlements that enhanced regional response capability, while sharing resources and expertise that improved overall survival probability for communities throughout the affected area. Their combined documentation provided comprehensive guidance for various preparation approaches that could be adapted to different community situations and resource availability levels. As atmospheric readings indicated increasing storm intensity during the final weeks before predicted arrival, the preparation efforts that Sister Amara had initiated began demonstrating their effectiveness through systematic implementation of safety measures across multiple settlements. Communities that had initially resisted her warnings were now implementing emergency preparations, as early indicators confirmed the accuracy of her scientific predictions. The first visible signs of approaching storm conditions appeared exactly when Sister Amara's calculations had predicted. Subtle atmospheric luminescence that gradually intensified during evening hours, creating electromagnetic effects that interfered with radio communication and caused various electronic equipment to experience unexplained malfunctions. These early manifestations provided final validation of her research, while triggering implementation of emergency protocols that would protect settlement populations during the storm's most dangerous phases. The regional coordination that had developed through her warning efforts enabled systematic communication between settlements as storm conditions developed, sharing information about local atmospheric effects while coordinating mutual assistance for communities that encountered unexpected difficulties during final preparation phase. This network proved invaluable as storm intensity exceeded even Sister Amara's predictions, requiring adaptive response measures that drew upon collective regional resources and expertise. Elder Rosario of the Abernathy settlement had initially dismissed Sister Amara's warnings as religious delusion rather than scientific prediction. His skepticism based on previous encounters with Wasteland prophets whose environmental predictions had proven inaccurate or motivated by personal gain rather than genuine concern for community welfare. However, the systematic nature of her documentation and the technical credibility provided by Scribe Elias gradually overcame his resistance to scientific forecasting. The conversion of Elder Rosario from skeptic to advocate proved crucial for achieving regional coordination, as his influence among agricultural settlements enabled broader acceptance of storm preparation measures throughout rural communities that might otherwise have remained vulnerable to radiation effects. His endorsement of Sister Amara's scientific credibility helped overcome cultural resistance to accepting predictions from outsiders whose motivations and expertise remained uncertain. The agricultural settlements that Elder Rosario influenced faced particular challenges from radiation storm effects, as their food production and livestock management required outdoor activities that would become impossible during periods of intense atmospheric radiation. Sister Amara's preparation guidance for these communities emphasized crop preservation, livestock protection, and food storage techniques that would sustain agricultural production despite extended periods of environmental hazard. The specialized knowledge that Sister Amara had developed regarding radiation effects on agriculture proved invaluable for these rural communities, enabling protective measures that could preserve seed stocks and breeding animals that would be essential for post-storm recovery and continued food production. Her documentation included specific techniques for soil protection and water system preservation that would prevent long-term agricultural damage from radiation contamination. As storm conditions intensified beyond the threshold for safe outdoor activity, the settlements that had implemented Sister Amara's preparation recommendations found themselves equipped with adequate shelter, supplies, and communication systems that enabled survival during the extended period of environmental hazard. The comprehensive nature of her preparation guidelines proved essential as storm duration exceeded initial predictions, requiring resource management and psychological endurance that unprepared communities could not have sustained. The storm's peak intensity created atmospheric conditions that surpassed any previously recorded radiation event in Commonwealth history, delivering doses that would have proven fatal to anyone exposed without adequate protection, while creating environmental contamination that would persist for months after storm passage. The preparation measures that Sister Amara had recommended proved barely adequate for survival, suggesting that less comprehensive preparation would have resulted in catastrophic casualties throughout the affected region. During the storm's most intense phases, communication between settlements became impossible due to electromagnetic interference that disrupted all electronic systems, requiring communities to rely entirely on their internal resources and preparation adequacy that Sister Amara's guidance had enabled them to achieve. The isolation that these conditions created emphasized the importance of comprehensive advanced preparation rather than emergency response capabilities that external assistance might provide. The gradual subsidence of storm intensity after 5 days of peak radiation levels enabled cautious resumption of intersettlement communication that revealed the extent of successful survival throughout the region. Communities that had implemented comprehensive preparation measures reported minimal casualties and adequate resource reserves, while settlements that had ignored warnings or implemented inadequate protection suffered significant population losses and resource depletion that would require extended recovery periods. The post-storm assessment of regional survival rates provided dramatic validation of Sister Amara's scientific predictions and preparation recommendations, demonstrating that systematic advanced planning based on accurate environmental forecasting could overcome even catastrophic natural disasters through coordinated community response and adequate resource allocation. The contrast between prepared and unprepared communities proved her warnings had prevented thousands of casualties that inadequate preparation would have caused. Most personally meaningful for Sister Amara was the recognition that her voiceless condition had actually enhanced rather than limited her effectiveness in providing life-saving environmental warnings to Commonwealth communities. The written documentation that necessity had required proved more precise and comprehensive than verbal communication might have achieved, while her patient approach to community education had enabled systematic preparation that rapid verbal warnings could not have sustained. The scientific documentation that Sister Amara had compiled during storm monitoring provided unprecedented data about post-war atmospheric phenomena that would enhance future environmental forecasting throughout the region. Her detailed observations of storm development, intensity variations, and regional effects created comprehensive record that would enable improved prediction and preparation for similar events that might occur in future decades. Scribe Elias utilized this documentation to establish permanent atmospheric monitoring network throughout the Commonwealth region, enabling systematic environmental tracking that would provide advance warning of future storms while contributing to broader scientific understanding of post-war climate patterns and radiation effects. Sister Amara's field research methodology provided foundation for training additional environmental monitors who could expand observation capabilities across wider geographical areas. The educational initiatives that developed from Sister Amara's successful storm prediction emphasized scientific literacy and systematic observation techniques that would enable communities to recognize and respond to various environmental hazards beyond radiation storms. Her documentation methods became standard training materials for settlement leaders who needed practical approaches to community risk assessment and emergency preparation planning. The regional cooperation that storm preparation had required continued during post-storm recovery, enabling mutual assistance and resource sharing that accelerated reconstruction while establishing permanent communication networks that would enhance future emergency response capability. The coordination mechanisms that Sister Amara's warning efforts had created proved valuable for addressing various community challenges beyond environmental crisis management. Elder Rosario's transformation from skeptic to advocate exemplified the broader community recognition that scientific forecasting and systematic preparation provided essential capabilities for wasteland survival that traditional approaches could not achieve. His influence continued promoting scientific literacy and environmental awareness throughout agricultural settlements, whose food production remained crucial for regional stability and population sustainability. The personal satisfaction that Sister Amara derived from successful storm prediction and community protection proved secondary to recognition that her unique combination of scientific training and communication challenges had enabled her to serve communities in ways that conventional approaches might not have achieved. Her voiceless condition had required development of documentation and education techniques that proved more effective than standard verbal communication for conveying complex technical information to diverse audiences. The memorial services held for storm victims in unprepared communities served as solemn reminder of the human cost of ignoring scientific warnings and environmental preparation, while celebrating the successful survival of communities that had implemented adequate protective measures. These ceremonies established annual commemorations that would maintain awareness of environmental hazards while honoring those whose dedication had enabled community survival during crisis. The permanent monitoring stations that were established throughout the Commonwealth region utilized Sister Amara's instrument designs and observation techniques, creating comprehensive environmental tracking network that would provide ongoing protection against various atmospheric hazards, while contributing to scientific understanding of post-war environmental conditions and long-term climate development patterns. As winter settled over the Commonwealth and communities continued their recovery from storm effects, Sister Amara reflected on the transformation that losing her voice had enabled in her approach to scientific communication and community service. The necessity for written expression had encouraged more precise thinking and documentation, while her patient approach to education had developed techniques that proved more effective than rapid verbal instruction for conveying complex technical concepts to diverse audiences. The recognition ceremonies that acknowledged Sister Amara's contribution to regional survival emphasized the broader significance of scientific literacy and systematic environmental monitoring for Commonwealth community development and long-term sustainability. Settlement authorities from throughout the region participated in formal proceedings that established permanent support for environmental research while honoring those who had contributed to scientific advancement and practical community protection. The continuing atmospheric research that Sister Amara conducted utilized the expanded monitoring network and regional cooperation that storm preparation had established, enabling more comprehensive environmental tracking while training additional researchers who could expand scientific capabilities across wider geographical areas. Her field methodology became standard training for environmental monitors, whose work would provide ongoing protection for communities throughout the Commonwealth region. The educational programs that grew from Sister Amara's successful community engagement included training materials that would help other individuals with communication challenges participate more effectively in scientific research and community education activities. These programs emphasized written expression, visual representation, and patient relationship building that could enhance scientific communication effectiveness, even among those without apparent communication limitations. The restoration of various damaged settlements provided opportunities to implement improved construction techniques and infrastructure planning that incorporated lessons learned during storm preparation and survival experiences. Sister Amara's consultation on these reconstruction projects emphasized environmental monitoring integration and emergency preparation capabilities that would enhance community resilience against future environmental hazards. The broader scientific implications of successful storm prediction established precedents for systematic environmental monitoring and community preparation that would influence regional development planning for generations. Settlement authorities implemented enhanced environmental assessment protocols while establishing permanent funding for research and monitoring activities that would provide ongoing protection against various natural hazards. The personal relationships that Sister Amara had developed with community leaders throughout the region continued supporting various research and education initiatives that extended far beyond environmental monitoring to encompass broader scientific literacy and systematic problem-solving approaches that could benefit communities facing diverse challenges. Her patient approach to relationship building had created permanent networks that would support continued scientific advancement and practical community development. The seasonal patterns that governed Commonwealth environmental conditions provided natural framework for continuing atmospheric research and community education activities, with winter months devoted to data analysis and preparation planning, while favorable weather enabled expanded monitoring and field research throughout the broader region. Sister Amara's written correspondence with research collaborators throughout the Commonwealth established scientific communication networks that would support continued environmental research and forecasting efforts. The legacy of successful storm prediction and community protection would influence Commonwealth development for decades, demonstrating that systematic scientific research and comprehensive community preparation could overcome even catastrophic environmental challenges through coordinated response and adequate resource allocation. Sister Amara's contribution to this achievement had proven that apparent limitations could become advantages when approached with creativity and persistence, while patient dedication to community service could achieve results that more direct approaches might have made impossible. As spring approached and atmospheric conditions returned to normal patterns following the historic radiation storm, Sister Amara continued her vigilant monitoring of environmental conditions while documenting the long-term effects and recovery patterns that would provide valuable data for future research and community planning. Her portable monitoring station remained constant companion, recording the gradual normalization of atmospheric conditions while watching for any signs of unusual development that might indicate future environmental hazards. The quiet satisfaction of successful service to Commonwealth communities proved more meaningful than dramatic recognition would have been, while the continuing research opportunities provided ongoing contribution to regional security and scientific understanding that honored her commitment to protecting others from the invisible dangers that drifted on seemingly innocent breezes. The radiation burns that marked her throat remained constant reminder of both personal cost and professional dedication, symbols of adaptive communication that had enabled success despite apparent limitation, testament to the strength that could emerge from unexpected sources when approached with patience, scientific rigor, and unwavering commitment to community welfare. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.